Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our Monday sprints and the last sprints on my channel for Camp SeasonAthon, which is crazy that there's only 2 days left for camp. I will be doing a mixture of household things and reading. I did have a kind of a long night. I had to go around midnight to help take care of just watch my friend's, one of her kids while she took the other one to the ER. So everything's fine. Everything will be okay. But it was, I was not ready to be out of the house for that. But we're good. We're here. A little bit sleepy, but I got the coffee brewing, and everything is okay for everyone involved. I got breakfast already, which is crazy. I usually do not eat this early, but we got breakfast done. I got a Coca-Cola right now. Coffee's ready downstairs, and I am probably going to be doing some, I don't know if I'll read right off the bat. I think I need to kind of get my brain moving a little bit more before I sit down and read. So I'll probably go do some laundry and some cleaning this morning first for that first sprint. But just because I am a tiny bit more tired today, I am just going to do straight 30-minute sprints today, because I think that's all my brain can handle without taking a nap. So, because my goal is we're going to read, get a little cleaning done, I'm going to take a nap, and then I'm going to try to film my TBR for the next readathon I'm helping take part of, which is Comic-Con readathon. Tell me how all of you are. What is going on? What are you working on? If you're taking part in Camp SeasonAthon, how has it been going? The pink cabin, my team has been holding the first place, but you never know towards the end of readathons how it's going to swing. So I'm hoping that the pink cabin can hold on for the win. But I know that some people will wait until like the last minute to put in their books, all that kind of stuff. So you never know how it's going to end. Good morning, all. Forgive me for mispronouncing. Is it Sina? I'm 76% through the Entanglement of Rival Wizards. Hoping to finish today or tomorrow. Awesome. Hope you're enjoying it. Good morning, Elena. Good morning, Kimberly in chat. You're doing well. Good. I'm glad you're doing good. I'll be reading A Court of Silver Flames by Sarah J. Maas, and also read the first book in the Court of Thorns and Roses. Nice. Did you do a reread for the series before starting Silver Flames? My friend and I are supposed to be restarting reading that, so when the new ones come out, we are ready. I think we're going to go ACOTAR, Throne of Glass, Crescent City. She has not read Crescent City yet, and I told her she has to, and I kind of gave away why, but I was like, no, you actually do, like, truly, before the next ACOTAR books, like, you need to read Crescent City. So, and it's also a fantasy book. I've read less fantasy this year, which is odd for me. But I think I'm going to have quite a bit. Will I have quite a bit of fantasy? I don't think so. It's still more sci-fi lately, or like urban fantasy. Good morning, Daisy and Zoe. Good morning, all. Starting Falling to Fairyland by Sarah Jean Horowitz. Why does that name sound familiar? That author sounds familiar, but I don't. I could just be making it up in my brain. That sounds familiar to me, but it does. Okay, maybe I've seen the artwork before. Maybe that's what it is. I hope you will enjoy it. Is it a reread for you or a brand new book? Morning, Daisy from Elena. I think I'd have to look that one up on my Kindle. Good morning. From Elena to Sana. Have you responded? Hello, good morning to Nadeem. Thank you, Elena, for the silver star and the coin. I'm not sure what those do. I'll have to look it up. That's the first time I've ever seen them. So thank you for whatever that does. That's awesome. I appreciate it. Absolutely. You're welcome. And good morning, Elena from Daisy. Morning, Lynn. Continuing your read of Cinder and hoping this coffee wakes me up soon. Thank you. Yeah. Yep. Everything is good. He'll be okay. So I'm just glad that I got the phone. I saw the phone call because past 10 o'clock, my phone is on sleep mode. So usually calls don't actually make any noise or text or anything. So I actually was putting the dogs out. We were outside and I had my phone in my hand. So I was able to see it. So I'm glad I was just able to see it and go help out. Milo and Blue, there are ones on the bed. Actually, Milo is right here. Hello. Want to say hello? You want to say hello? You want to hop up and say hello? Come here. Ugh. Come on. Say hello. Say good morning. Say good morning. All right. I know you heard something downstairs. Make some coffee. I do have some coffee chilling downstairs ready for me. Have one more book in me for the pink cabin. Let's go. Yeah, honestly, this inevitable ruin is going to be my last hurrah for the pink cabin. I thought I would be able to get like an audiobook. Maybe I can get one more in. I do have a crochet project I started, so I could listen to an audio, which Milo's about to try to eat. Do not eat my crochet project, buddy. Thank you. I would like to wear the shirt that I am making. That's okay with you. Nice big boy. Had a bowl of strawberries for breakfast just because. Hey, look, strawberries are the perfect thing to be eating right now because Wimbledon is happening. It's one of the snacks that they have at Wimbledon is strawberries and cream. Ooh, I should have gotten some strawberries at the store because I did get some heavy whipping cream. Leaving for 10 days in the UK next week. So this week is all about trip prep. That happens more than you would think with people where they're logged in on their other account. I don't even know what my personal account says. Or like my old account, my like original YouTube account. I don't even know what the actual like thing would pop up as. Hey Sarah, how are you doing? And you're going to the UK? Exciting. Is it for a specific reason or just like a visit? Like just enjoying and tourist stuff? Or is there a specific like kind of event that's going on that you're going to? I'm jealous, I'm not gonna lie. We all know that the UK is part of my happy place. But what are you gonna be doing? Let me hear all about the plans. Hello, Milo. And not yet. I just got it yesterday at Target this morning before I went to Starbucks. Oh, okay, nice. Well, I hope you enjoy. Blue, come here, babe. Please don't grab a sock. Blue, here. Come here. Come say hello. Blue. But get over. She just walked out of my room with a sock in her mouth. So that's what she's doing. Well, I'll try to get her to visit later on. And hey to Sarah, Malena. And there's a Milo. Yes, he is now laying down. Hey, Blue, do you want to come in here? She walked. I think those were like my watermelon socks. I have like these bright pink socks. I think they were my mom's at some point. They have just watermelons on them. And she just came out and it's like a larger like boot sock. And so it's just hanging off both sides of her mouth. And she's staring me down like, I know I shouldn't have this, but I'm going to walk past you even though you know I have it. It's because she's being sneaky and stealing socks so she won't come say hello. She stared me down the entire time. She walked past, just went with the sock in her mouth. So she knows she's about to get in trouble. Not really. I'm just going to go take it from her. Once you recover the wet sock, yeah. Well, she's probably already put it down. Luckily, this one is too big for her to try to eat. It's my first international solo trip, but I'll see some friends while there. Going to London and Edinburgh. If I do any day trips, they may be a little spontaneous. Nice. Well, have fun. Day trip wise from London, if there's any day trips that I would suggest, Brighton or Salisbury and Stonehenge. Those are two really good day trips from London. The Salisbury Cathedral is probably one of my favorites. It's absolutely beautiful. And then Brighton's just fun. And with this heat, it might be a good time to go to the beach. But enjoy all the book shopping. I mean, hit up Waterstones for sure. I like the little cafe if you're on the Oxford Street one. That's probably my favorite one. There's some bigger ones, but I like that they have a little cafe upstairs. It is pretty big though, actually, that particular one. It's a few stories. But have an amazing time. I have to say, like, as much as I do love traveling with friends and family, I do like a good solo trip because you can do whatever you want. You can have a chill day, you can sleep in, or you can just be go 24/7. Which last time I went to London by myself, I was pretty much go, except for like one day where I was like, I need a chill day. And I like just spent some time, went to the bookstore, went to the movies. It was really nice. I don't even think I left the hotel until like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you. I watch it when I'm missing London. I will go actually watch my London vlog. As cheesy as that sounds. How many times what? Have I been to England? Have I been to London? I love the Salisbury Cathedral. Like it's beautiful. They have a basin that they use for baptisms, and it's the most stunning thing. It's just the architecture in that cathedral is just absolutely gorgeous. And Brighton's just fun, especially in the summer because like there's some good like ice cream and food. The restaurant on the pier is really good. That's where I've had fish and chips there before. And it's not super expensive to get to either of those places. How many times have I visited London? By myself, a lot. I don't know if I've hit double digits yet. I don't think I have. I'll have to think about it. I'll think about it during the sprint and get back to you with a better number. I'll think about it. I can't remember how many times I went before I studied abroad. So I'll have to think. I'll have a think. Maybe go open my thing of theater playbills and see what the dates are. All right, let's hop into a first sprint. I have it set up for 4 right now because that's all I can do with Spirit City, and then I'll tack on it that final 30 minutes at the end. So let's go ahead and jump in and get started. I'm gonna go grab the coffees and see if I can get Blue in here too for when we come back. So happy reading, happy productivity, everybody, and I'll see you all back here in 30 minutes. All right, we are back from that first sprint. I did not do much of anything. I did a little bit of cleaning downstairs. I grabbed some coffee, got my sock back from Blue, and I did do the math. To the best of my ability, I don't think I'm missing any trips. There was actually one trip in there that I didn't realize was before study abroad. So I did do the math of how many times I'm pretty sure I've been to England, and it is actually in double digits. I didn't think it was. I didn't think I had made it to double digits yet. But I have. So I went 2 times before study abroad. And this is all between 2010 and 2025. Because I'm not going this year. So we're not going to count this year yet in the thing. But I have gone a total of what I think, this is by looking at Instagram and photo albums on Facebook and things. I think I have gone 12 times between 2010 and 2025. And that includes the 9 weeks of study abroad in 2012. Which, if we break that down into how many trips that technically would have been, usually I would go for like a week, and I was there for 9 weeks. So a little longer of a trip, obviously, for school. But 12 is apparently the magic number right now. That's what I think. I don't think I'm missing any. I think I covered the bases. But 12 is what it's looking like. Okay, hello. Off work today. Yay. So I got to sleep in. Here now to get those points for the pink cabin. Let's go. Finished my book last night, so I need to figure out what to read. I want to read next. Ooh. Maybe something a little shorter since we got 2 days. Halfway through Cinder. Nice. I need to try to listen to the audiobook because I've read Cinder once and there were some parts I really liked and then some of it I just didn't. But I've heard the audiobooks are really good. And someone did suggest that I try them that way. Read another chapter of my book. Awesome. It is. It's pretty nice. 12 times in 15 years. Some of those were multiple times a year. But I do want to preface that by saying I'm very lucky because my mother was a flight attendant. So I didn't have to pay for hotels and things like that. So they were very quick trips. Some of them, like they may have been like 2 days as well. That's what a lot of them were in regards to traveling other places as well. Where a lot of those were us going with my mom on like 48-hour layovers. And I will tell you those in a second. Log these sprints for pink cabin. Yes, remember to log sprints no matter what cabin you're in to get points. But yes, I have Moscow was my first time out of the United States. I went to Moscow with my grandma and my mom. But I've been to Paris or France. I think it's easier probably to do countries. France, Switzerland, Belgium, Italy, Edinburgh, or Scotland, Ireland, England. I want to say that's all of them. And then I just keep going back to England. I really need to be better about that. There's plenty of places that I would like to go in Eastern Europe that I have not been. Like Prague and Budapest, and so there's plenty of other places, but we would go on like a Thanksgiving trip, and that's when we would go for like those like 2 days, sometimes 1 day. Truthfully, because it's not here. No, I just love London. There's enough space. You get both city and Like you can have small town and city in the same city, if that makes sense. Like there's enough greenery, there's enough parks, there's enough, it's not always loud everywhere you are. New York is quite literally, it's nicknamed the city that never sleeps, and it's very true. It's loud 24/7. I love New York, don't get me wrong. Also, London, in my opinion, is cheaper for me personally. It's cheaper for me to fly to London to see a show in the West End than it is for me to go to Broadway. And since that's what I tend to like doing when I'm in London, is having my butt in a theater seat, it is more cost effective. And honestly, I believe it's cheaper personally. New York is very, very, very expensive. And while London is very expensive, New York is like, for instance, I'm possibly going for a friend's birthday. There's like 4 of us who are possibly going to New York. And it'd be like Tuesday through a Sunday or something like that. So that's Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night. So like 5 days. A lot of the hotels where we would want to be staying, the total is $3,000. And that doesn't include food or taxis or subway rides or shows or events, that kind of thing. So $3,000 just to get a room where all I'm going to do is sleep. Whereas the week I spent with my friends last September in London, I think we ended up paying about $1,200. 12 to 1500. I can't remember the exact in US dollars. So there's kind of a comparison price wise, and that's kind of along the same month as well. New York is very, very expensive. Yeah. And now, is it easier and cheaper to get to New York? Yes. In some instances, I paid for my ticket. This last trip I took to London, I did pay for my ticket because I was going with friends and I wanted to fly with them. Because if I had done standby, there was a chance that I didn't fly with them, or I got there before them or after them. Normally, if I'm flying to the UK on standby on my passes with Delta Airlines, it's usually, I think right now, maybe 180. I can't remember. We pay the landing taxes and fees when you are flying non-rev. That's what I pay. And usually it depends on, I don't know what they are now because I haven't done it in a minute. And then the time I went to London before that, I used points. So that was a free ticket as well. So I am very lucky that buying plane tickets is a different situation for me. It's not fun flying standby. I don't recommend it. You're there all day long sometimes. But yeah, it is honestly for me cheaper for doing what I like to do. Also, nothing is free here. Nothing is free here. Every museum has an entry fee. Every event has some kind of fee, whereas museums in England are free for the most part. There might be like a small fee to go to like a special exhibit, but for the most part, the culture is free to learn about and to see specifically in London. I'm not entirely sure about other countries. I can't remember. I wasn't a big museum person until probably the last, I don't know, 7-8 years. And now I enjoy them a lot more. But you just donate what you can. Usually it's like £1 if you want to donate. Sometimes if I have like a couple pounds, I'll drop those in there. But for the most part, museums in London are free. And that's really nice. I don't have to pay like $15 to go to a museum. And I like that. It's one part kind of like, it makes it easier to enjoy things, if that makes sense. Because I'm not I can enjoy like spending money on books in England and theaters rather than other things. I'm just crossing my fingers for my red-eye flight on the 6th because historically I've never been able to sleep on planes. I sleep towards like the middle. Like I'll watch movies, I'll eat my dinner. I watch Bones to fall asleep. I started doing it on a flight once. It's one specific episode of Bones and I will put that in my headphones, and that usually helps me. So if there's something that you watch to like go to sleep, like consistently, that is something that I find helps me when I'm finally ready to go to bed on a flight. But to be fair, I tend to not sleep that well either. Germany, yeah. So it's different across. It's different across countries, but for England, the UK, yeah, majority of them are free. Most museums, yeah, in DC. When I went to NYC for the first time and had to pay to go to the art museum, I was stunned. Yeah, we like to put a price tag on literally everything. Some weeks I'm glad that like for the most part all I do is go to work, because if I went anywhere other than work, I'd probably end up paying like $150 just to leave my house. But yeah, New York is very expensive. Also, they have better deals. Like I said, it all really comes down to what you enjoy doing. And since I enjoy theater, the rush tickets for UK shows are a lot better than New York rush tickets for shows. New York rush tickets involve like restricted view, like there might be a pole in your way and you can only see part of the stage really well. Whereas usually in the UK, rush tickets are the front row. Or they have some kind of front row option that's for cheaper. Like the front row of Wicked is I forget how much they cost when you do the front row of Wicked in London, but I recommend that. But yeah, front row tickets, rush tickets tend to be the front row for a lot of shows in London compared to New York, where there's like a pillar in your way or something. So pros and cons, but I enjoy London. I enjoy New York. It's just expensive. I wouldn't be able to do like the 2-week trip that I did in 2022. So like, there's a good example. 2-week trip I did for my birthday in 2022 cost me around $3,000 total. So there's our hotel in New York City. But yeah, majority of museums across UK are free. That would be fair. The V&A gets most of my donations. I love that museum. I love their cafe too. So good. So there you go. Also, if you're going to London, the Victoria and Albert Museum, really good tea and cakes and snacks and food. And you could honestly spend hours in there. And sometimes they have really amazing fashion exhibits. They had a really good David Bowie exhibit one year. That was fantastic. Love it. And of course, the Rosetta Stone, which is really cool to see at the British Museum. Good morning, Alicia. How are you? Just joining, getting coffee and breakfast before I get to painting. Built bookcases 2 and 3 this past weekend. Exciting. So 2 and 3 are getting painted today. Ooh, that's exciting. I have trouble sleeping, period. That's fair. They're doing Midsummer Night's Dream at the club. Oh, I'm jealous. I saw Hamlet at the Globe. I recommend sitting. Unless you want the full, if you want the full globe experience, standing is like the way to go because that's how like a lot of people would see them. I don't recommend it. But then again, when we saw it, it was kind of drizzly and rainy, and I was already catching a cold, so I was not about I had to buy a jacket while I was there because we were standing in like the sprinkly rain watching Hamlet. Also, I would love to see Midsummer Night's Dream there. Oh my gosh. That's my favorite Shakespeare play. But I would say if you can sit and find a seat in there. Because there's like the sitting and then there's like the standing room, which is right near, like right up to the stage. You could like almost touch the stage. That's how close it is. So it is really cool to stand, but it's also an experience. I definitely couldn't probably stand now. I mean, I probably could. I don't know if I'd want to. Maybe it was nice and sunny outside. And then let me see, is that, I'm trying to see if this is, yeah, okay, it is Edinburgh. So if you like kind of spooky, haunted kind of excursions, but with a lot of history, Mary King's Close in Edinburgh is really cool. My mom and I did that, and it was really interesting. You learn about the times during like the plague and how they would live in these places and the building of like how they built up rather than out, that kind of thing. It's all kind of explained there. It's a little creepy, but not like super duper scary. Till you walk into a cold spot, which I did, and I was like, "Oh, hi, ghosty, hi, please, I'm gonna leave you alone now." But that was fun too. So Mary King's Close. I would like to go back. They do Christmas in the Close, and I would really like to see that. Yeah, that's also true, is that they are 10 pounds. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fair as well. They are just 10 pounds. All right. Also, if you want to go on a walking tour, the company called London Walks, fantastic. That's the company I always go with, and they have I've been on a lot more of like the spooky walks, but they have a lot of different ones with a lot of different themes and interests, and they have them like morning, afternoon, and evening. I usually go on the Jack the Ripper one. I've been on that about, I think, 5 times now. It's a problem. Yes, I have sanding to do, but yes, painting will happen. Ooh. I cannot wait to see when your library is like fully, completely done. It's going to look so good. It's already looking fantastic. I know that you guys were like unintentional, but my best friend and I did the ghost tour last time we went to Edinburgh. It was so fun. Yes. I like the ghost tours and the haunted tours in the UK. They're a lot of fun. All right. I could blabber on about England all day long. So we're going to jump into a sprint before I just spend the next like 5 hours talking about London. Because I could do it. I could do it. So let's get back to Spirit City, and we're going to hop over into sprint number 2. And I am going to read for this one. As you're hopping on, we are just doing 30-minute sprints today. I had a longish evening, nighttime. So we got our second sprint on the clock for 30 minutes. So happy reading, Happy productivity, everyone. And I will see you all back here in 30 minutes. And we are back from our second sprint. I read, I don't even know where I was, maybe about 2% into This Inevitable Ruin. Went and just recently reheated my coffee because I am freezing in this room. I thought about opening the window, but the sunlight is currently directly in the window, and so it'd be directly in my eyeballs. So I might have to go put on some socks and like my fuzzy Crocs and try to warm up my feet, warming up my hands right now and do it that way. I just got super cold and I cannot get my vent closed because it needs to be replaced. It just, all the little pieces that you like move are not in the proper place to close it. So I am cold, but I feel like that's just like a factory setting for myself at this point. But let me know how all of you did during that sprint. We were talking about the bookcases Alicia is working on. Evie told I need a ladder. They look so good though. I do like the little like fairy door for the socket. That's really cool. Don't think you've been on sprint since you got this cool new background. Are you talking about the game? That was another question. Are you talking because the game for like that part is Spirit City, but this background is what I put up while we were selling the house, just so I had something to film in front of. This little bit. And hello to Shannon. Hello, hello. How are you? Exercise done. I want to be cold. Look, you can take the cold. I'm probably going to walk outside in the next sprint and just like warm myself. My problem is I'm going to walk back inside and be cold. That's the problem I have. Is like I want it to warm up, and so I'll walk outside, but the minute I walk back inside, I'm cold again. So there's no happy time in the summer. I'm either too hot or too cold. There's no happy medium. Wrote another 150 words. Fantastic. I also am starting to get like real sleepy. This next sprint might be a little sleepy sprint. or I get up and move my body and do some laundry sprint. Didn't read anything, still getting ready for the day. Hey, that's all good. Inputting the book I finished last night into all of the challenges. I'm taking part in Herkid, SeasonAthon, etc. Awesome. It's so gross here. Luckily, like I mean, I got home pretty early this morning, so I didn't warm up quite yet. But I'm sure I think it was like I don't know. My dad said something about 110. Whether that's the feels like or the let's see, what is our temperature right now? It's 78 right now, high of 95. What's our feels like? It feels like 78. But the humidity, oh my gosh, the humidity today is 85. Ugh. Yep, I'll warm up pretty quick if I walk outside today. Oh. Yep, it is in the 90s all week through next Tuesday. And there's rain up in there, so it's going to get muggy. Ooh, we have a lot of rain actually in the next couple weeks. Fun. Ugh. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm not excited about that. Yep, lots of 90 degrees. Had ramen noodles for lunch. Yum. I think when I went to the store yesterday to get stuff for blueberry desserts, I I had a weak moment and saw the pizza Lunchable, and I had a nostalgia kick for a pizza Lunchable. So I'm gonna probably have that for my lunch after sprints today. Maybe take a nap and then have Lunchable and then film my TBR. Maybe I'll try to decide if I want to film in front of the bookcases downstairs for my TBR or film sitting up here. I just have to go get books from downstairs if I want to read them. 21 pages and finished a chapter. An awesome job. Take your little cat nap. I need a little cat nap. That I do need. Just a little one. To be fair, it takes me like the length of a nap to get to sleep for a nap. So it'd definitely be a little more than a cat nap. It'd be like a couple hour nap. Or I just need to move around for a little bit instead of reading. I'm now 63% through. Fantastic. Humidity here is 90. Feels like 97 here already. Yeah, it's need to make more tea. It's so gloomy here. We are heading for triple digits starting Wednesday. Yeah, I think we're heading for feels like that. I don't know if it's gonna the actual temperature is gonna make it that far, but it's crazy hot everywhere. I saw an article. I don't know how true the article is, but it was like there's been in France it's super hot, and there's been a lot of deaths because of it. I feel like each summer gets a little hotter, and I think a lot. I saw a Reddit page. I think it was a Reddit thread where it was people in the UK buying like personal AC units, and like some people were like, "Don't give in." It's like, look, if you hot, get an AC unit. You'll be fine. It's okay. It's okay. Now, to be fair, like even in a hot summer in the UK that I was there when it was super hot, it didn't necessarily feel too bad, but it seems like it's hot like everywhere right now. Heck, I'm getting my hair done soon, and it's gonna look a lot different. Partially I just want to change it, and I can't grow my gray out anymore. I'm done. I got as far as I could, which is probably like double what I did last time, but I'm over it. I'm done. I've been called ma'am probably like 75% more than normal in the last 2 months or so. And I'm like, I can't. No, we're not doing this. So I have 2 weeks. 2 weeks. But it's also going to mean that my head will feel like not as hot during the summer, which I'm very excited about. That might give you a clue as to what I'm doing. I give you a clue to what I'm doing. If my head will not be as hot or feel as hot. Yeah, it's going to be really hot here too. I'm going to see if I can take my nephew to the nature center on Thursday so he stays cool. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to having to go to work this week in like my jeans. I'm like, can I wear shorts? Like, as long as they're not showing nothing, can I wear shorts? Throw a dress on. I might need to go find some like long skirts. I think it's predicted there's going to be 12 to 14 hurricanes this season. I do hope it's wrong. Whew. I mean, we'll see. I hope not. That's a lot. Not that a lot of places couldn't use the rain, but I don't know if we need like hurricane rain. Currently at 81, but feels like 90. Yeah, what did I say? What did I say I was at? $78. Okay, 78 feels like 78. So we haven't gotten too crazy yet, but the high today is 95. So we'll see. Yeah, we're at a heat advisory starting at noon until 8 p.m. tonight. So everyone stay cool. Drink the waters. As much as some of us don't like to drink the water, we definitely need to be drinking the water. That's for sure. I might even take a dip in the pool later today, even though the pool probably feels like a sauna with how hot it is. All right, let's hop back in for sprint number 3. I'm going to go, I think, do some laundry. I think that is my goal because I'm sure that the load I put in there before I started sprints is definitely done by now. So I'm going to go do that, maybe read a little. We'll see. And I will see you back here. So happy reading, happy productivity, and I'll see you back here in 30 minutes. All right, we are back from, what was that, sprint number 3. 2 more sprints left. I basically did laundry for most of that. I switched out stuff from the dryer, hung up what was in the washer to fluff, and then fluffed some blankets. So that also helped warm me up a little bit, because running around doing laundry in a hoodie definitely fixed my I was cold problem. Now it's a I'm too hot problem. It's never a happy medium. The summers are getting warmer, but in the mid 80s last week, back down to 70s now. My parents have put in AC in their small sitting room. Mm-hmm. I used to love the heat, not so much now that the heat is so oppressive. I just don't do well in it. Like, I don't mind it. I like going to the beach, and I want it to be sunny and warm when I'm at the beach and by the pool. But on days where like I'm going to work, or like it just feels like the minute I walk outside these days, it's like immediate sweat. And I just don't do as well with like heat anymore. It's just like it zaps the energy right from my body after like 2 minutes. These sprints are going way too fast. Yes, they are. I think it's also partially because we're not voting on any this time around. But it should be a little bit longer next week with going back to the votes in case something crazy happens and I don't get a lot of sleep. Now it's 71%. Awesome. I'm going to read a short story for the canteen prompt. Ooh, nice. Do we know what short story we're going for? Wrote another 300 words and completed 22,000. Fantastic. Ooh. Do you think I'm going to try to read for the next sprint? I don't know. I might work on my crochet project. I'm finding it easier to stay awake if I'm doing something instead of like reading. I don't know. If I had started these on audio, I'd put the audiobook on, but that's for once I finish the physical copies. And I started to work on a project. It remains to be seen if I'll rip it up later. Hey, look, at least you're like letting the creativity juices try to flow, right? Oh, also, my nose has decided it doesn't want to like me either. I'm sniffly. Got a little cat nap in there myself. Fantastic. I was like, 2 more sprints and I can take a nap. Will I take a nap? We'll see. It might just be one of those where I like put on like a meditation and just lay there with my eyes closed and hope I fall asleep. Because I do have quite a lot that I need to get done today because I go to work tomorrow. So I really do need to get a TBR film today. So we'll see how it goes. The Safe Room by Lisa Unger. All right. Let us know how it is. I don't have too many like short books or short stories. I have a few. So lovely case marked on your coffee mug. Yep. I bought, this was originally actually my work coffee mug, so everyone knew it was mine. I also like it because the same design's on the front and back. So as a left-handed person, I can actually enjoy the design on the coffee mug. Ooh, speaking of left-handed, I'm so excited. Apparently there's a left-handed store in Disney Springs, and I can't wait. I'm so excited. I was seeing what there was to do in Disney Springs, since where we're staying for Villains and Vixens, where Villains and Vixens is at, is literally like right across the street. So there's a bus or a thing that will take you to Disney Springs from our hotel. And I'm like, I'm gonna need to go there. Also, I also found out that you can go to City Walk at Universal. So it's free to park at City Walk after 6 p.m. But I also found out that you can now get butterbeer without having to go inside the parks. And so a hot butterbeer is in my future. I'm very excited about it. But anyway, left-handed store. I'm so excited. Because usually I don't get to enjoy what my coffee mug looks like. Got some of Wind and Truth read, only 17 hours to go. Them big chunky books. I mean, to be fair, I still have, let's see, how many hours does it say I have left in this? I'm at 52% and I still have just under 8 hours. So yeah, they take a little bit. Those fed my foster kitties, refilled water bowls, refilled extra water bowls. Yes. Finished another chapter in the book you're reading. Fantastic. Yeah, keep the kitties hydrated. I 100% also have the Left-Handed Booksellers of London. I have it somewhere. I don't know if I've opened any of my boxes of ARCs yet. I really should have saved it for Comic-Con readathon. Yeah. That's okay. Just add another chunky book like I am. I have like so many chunky books on my TBR for next month. I don't know how I'm going to read any of them. Like I'm 100% putting... Oh, Empire of the Dawn. Because there's an activation that's vampires. So I'm like obviously finishing off Empire of the Dawn and finishing the Empire of the Vampire trilogy would be a great idea. Yeah, that's going to take a minute. And then I have the entire Villains trilogy by V.E. Schwab on the TBR. This is not including my game. This is just books I already planned to read because one, I have an art copy of Victorious, but I would like to reread the other two. I'm going to listen to them. I already have them both on audio ready to go. And then I'll read the e-arc of Victorious. But yeah. I also figured out, I think there's ways that if anyone is wanting to read Dungeon Crawler Carl, I think there's ways to probably fit every single one of those books into an activation prompt in some fashion. I think we could do it. Besides there being the audible prompt of either read an audiobook or read any Dungeon Crawler Carl book. Because you do get lots of bonus points because Matt Dinneman is going. And V.E. Schwab, that's another reason why I'm reading a lot of V.E. Schwab. I'm also going to be rereading The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. It's that time. It's been 2 years and I reread it pretty much every 2 years. So it's time. Because I read it first in 2020, read it again in 2022, and then 2024. So now it's time, and I'm almost exactly at the point where I read it the first time. Like it was July 7th or something, which is wild. So gonna read that one. My friend's gonna read it too. So I'm trying for a goal of 10,000 points all on my own. That's my I think my good name, one of my goals is just for me to get personally 10,000 points. I'm also reading a crap ton of manga. I got one series of 12 lined up, which is one of my favorites, Mars. And then I have a series that, if I do read any Hanakimi, there's 20 something volumes of that I could easily try to get through. But I also want to watch the anime for that. That's probably not going to count for anything. But I found out there was an anime for it, and I really, really want to watch that. I would have probably put that on there if I realized that there was an anime. I'm kind of hoping there might be something that I could use it for, but we'll see. Been printing out certificates for my homeschool end-of-year concert and prize giving on Wednesday. Then I am free for the summer. Oh, that's so fun, though. I think the awards and stuff are almost the best part. When I was absent a whole lot because I'm horrible at going to school on time, and I got an award for making up for lost time. I had an A. For the amount of school I missed and still graduated in the top 100, I think I was number 94 or something like that. I should have gotten an award for that all by itself. Oh, I have a list and some definitely fit for the activation points. Yep. Honestly, there's a way you probably fit a lot for activation. There's some authors going that I could do also that I'm very excited about. I don't know. I'm probably like going to make this TBR way bigger than necessary, but at least I would rather have more. Is there a less than 50% rule for Comic-Con? We did this. Hold on, let me find the Steph posted in the Discord because someone else asked for clarification on some things. Hold on. Where is the general chat? So, okay, books need to be at least 51% read in July. DNFs do not count. Stacking is allowed of various categories, but only one activation can apply per book, and host faves apply to all books in that series. Those were some of the clarifications on some of the rules. So yes, you have to read at least 51% of your big books in July. So you can start something today. You just have to make sure you only read like 49% of it before. Like I was very tempted to stop reading this one because I'm at 52% and just let it be finished and count for Comic-Con readathon because it is. But I was like, no, I will count it for Camp SeasonAthon and then read the Parade of Horribles for my Matt Dinniman book. Also, I didn't get to Lonesome Dove this month. Let me check that page count. 858 for that one. There you go. I think I have read the Left-Handed Booksellers of London and enjoyed it. I was excited about it because I mean anything left-handed, I get excited. That could work for Wind and Truth, maybe for that book. But yeah, there are some ways to get some good chunky books for those activations. That's my goal, especially if I can try to find a chunky book that is completely separate from another chunky book in terms of genre and plot. That'd be also very beneficial. I feel like there's not as many like chunky contemporaries compared to like sci-fi and fantasy though, so I don't know how that would go. I need the chunky books. We need to win. We were so close last year. Team Manchester was so close last year. Lynn, I'm past that point. Oh no. The dreaded 51%. But yes, if you do want to start books early, you can. You just have to make sure you read 51% of it in July. Maybe I'll start Empire of the Dawn after this. I don't know. I don't even know if I'll finish this by tomorrow. I've read enough of it to count for Camp SeasonAthon as well, so I can kind of take my time. But I really do want to. I'm really interested to see how this one ends because there's some interesting plots that should be coming full circle in this one. What did you say about stacking series? Do you say I can't count 2 books in a series for 2 different? No, so you can only use 1 activation prompt per book, but you can stack other things, like all of the other extras. So like, for instance, with Dungeon Crawler Carl, this book is going to count for the Audible prompt, which is either do an audiobook or read a book from Matt Denneman or read any DCC book. So I'm choosing to read this one. So I'll have the page count of this one plus the fact that he is a author that's attending San Diego, which is 100 points, but he is also a special guest of the convention, which is 150 points. So you can stack those little tinier bonuses, or like DCC is also a favorite on Vanessa's list, which I think is another 50 points. So there's 400 extra points on top of the page count, which is then doubled because it has the activation. So you can like, some of the Dungeon Crawler Carl books can like get you up in the way of like 1,800 points if you stack everything correctly. But you can only use one activation prompt per book, and you can only use each activation once. So once you read an audiobook, you can no longer use that activation. You can still read audiobooks, you just can't get the activation for it. But also for the favorites, like for instance, I have a series. So I have Ninth House on my favorite list by Lee Bardugo. That means that you can read Ninth House for bonus points. You can read Hellbent for bonus points. I mean, I don't think there's any arcs of the final book out yet, but if there were, you could read that for bonus points. It's any book in the series. That's why I tend to put the first book on my favorites. That way, like for instance, I have Black Dagger Brotherhood is on the list too, which means you can pretty much read any book in the Black Dagger Brotherhood and count those for points, for bonus points, which is why I kind of do that, because also then that gives me bonus points on my own books that I need to read. Though I did not plan for my favorites to all match my color scheme. That was not in my, I wasn't even paying attention. I was just writing favorites down and everything matches except for New Girl. I'm almost a little mad about it. Even the Mummy and the Scream. So like, yeah, like any movies in the Scream franchise you can watch and they will count. Any episodes of Bones, any episodes of New Girl, and the Mummy. You can watch any of that. Any episode, any part of the series. And that's why like I put a manga on there. That's my favorite, because then I can also read all 12 volumes of that. Plus they did a special edition that came out this month and it's beautiful. I'll just deal with it only being 1 point. It should count for 13 points. Yeah, so there's, with some of the bigger books, like even Empire of the Dawn, that would, I think is like 700 something. So that's going to be just 1,400 right off the bat without any bonuses. So you can, that's what I thought. Oh goodness, too bad I only have one DCC book. Library. That's where I've been getting all of mine. Honestly though. But also if you have Kindle Unlimited, they are all on KU. Just FYI, Dungeon Crawler Carl is on Kindle Unlimited if you have KU. Just be aware. So much so that I really might try to read A Parade of Horribles and then go back and start the audiobooks. Only because I would like to listen to the audiobooks as well. But yes, there's a lot of points to be scored. So if you haven't signed up, and you don't know what we're talking about with Comic-Con Readathon, that is the readathon that I am co-hosting with Bethany, Vanessa, and Stephanie. That starts in July. And I will grab that sign-up link and info for Stephanie's video and post it during the next sprint for you all to check out. It's going to be a good time. We get a little competitive, all in good fun, but we get a little snarky. We get a little snarky, but it's just all in good fun. And all books count. So, all right, let's get into our next sprint. Do have some audiobook credits coming up. The audiobooks are fantastic. I mean, I've heard bits and pieces, but everyone loves the audiobooks. I actually have some too. I need to see if Ooh, maybe I'll get Empire of the Dawn on audio. I don't know if I've ever listened to any of the audios for those or not. Have I? Maybe I have, but maybe I'll get the audio for that. All right, sprint number 4. We have 2 sprints left. And let's get into it. I think I am going to read during this sprint. See if I can get to, let's see, where did I say I was? 52. I'm going to try to get to 55% on this next sprint. So happy reading, happy productivity, everyone. And I will see you all back here in 30 minutes. All right, sprint number 4 is done. I did not make it to 55, but I did make it to 53. I think it's gonna, I don't know. I never know when things are gonna like pop off in this book. So like I feel like something could be starting to happen, but I don't know. I don't know for sure. I thought something a little more would happen at like the 50% mark, and it really, like it has, but it hasn't. So I'm thinking I have a little more to go, and there's going to be a little bit of stuff going on. That is what I got up to. We have one sprint left. I did post up the link for the Comic-Con readathon if you want to check that out. Begins on the 1st and runs the whole month. And then Lynn said she also has Operation Bounce House, where I replied, there's a prompt that has to do with an activation that was there, I think, last year. And the prompt for the activation happens to be you have to spell the word but with the title and author. So I was saying that you could use the B and the U in the title and then the 2 T's in that to spell but. That is a prompt. Yes, it is. Yeah. And I will take the credit for coming up with that ridiculous prompt. But that was the first thing that popped into my head when Steph asked for suggestions. Because I also, in general, like the prompts that you have to like find something on the cover or something like that. And I thought that was a fun way of making a prompt for that one. But yeah, that was my contribution. Read 24 pages and I'm now going to get some breakfast. Awesome. Hope you have a delicious breakfast. Let us know what you're having. I had McDonald's this morning. That was my breakfast. I've been looking for butt books. Well, Operation Bounce House by Matt Dinneman does work. Yeah, I've been trying to look too. I need to look through what I've put back on the shelves lately, or see if anything I bought at Barnes & Noble on that last sale might work. But Operation Bounce House does work for the butt prompt. Trying to see if there's any like in the vicinity nearby that might work. No. Ooh, wait. No, I don't think that's going to work either. No. I was thinking maybe some of the Black Dagger Brotherhood ones might work. Yeah, I don't know if I have any up here. Nope. Nope. Yeah, I don't really. That one's actually kind of a difficult prompt, to be fair. Because like I'm looking, and I think it's the B. It's finding the B ones first, and then I think that's the hardest letter. Like I'm finding ones that have T's and U's, but finding books that have a B complicates things. Instead of a TBR for July, I think I'm just going to randomly choose books and see if they will fit a prompt. That's kind of what I did for Camp SeasonAthon, since a lot of them were very like broad prompts, like beautiful cover. Well, like that can be like any book can be a beautiful cover to somebody. Do I try to go for the more like intricate designs? Sure. But I feel like we can do that with some of these prompts too. Read a chapter and ate some breakfast. Wrote another 150 words. It's good though because it makes us look at our shelves. It does. I do like a good scavenger hunt. That's why I like on the cover prompts and things as well. Yep, I'm randomly choosing, except for a few books, The Butcher's Masquerade, Operation Bounce House, and Bridge of Souls. Wait, does Butcher's Masquerade work? Butcher's Masquerade works for butt also. Mm-hmm. It does. Like right at the beginning too. Like T-B-U-T. There it is, right there. You don't even have to use Matt Dinneman for that one. That one has enough in there to spell it. But yeah, I'll play my TBR game, but I do have like I'm gonna try to fit if I'm hoping the prompts will let me fit the books I've kind of already chosen in my brain. Yeah, you have 2 butt books. Let's see, like, do any of the books that I already picked work? No. No. Victorious is close. Victorious would have been close by V.E. Schwab because there would have been the B in Schwab and then the U and a T in Victorious, but I needed one more T. Drat. There's no T's in The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into the butt prompt a little bit more because none of my current options fit. They almost fit. Like A Parade of Horribles by Matt Dinman. I'm missing a U though. So close. And none of my Black Dagger that's currently on there because I feel like using the Black Dagger Brotherhood because that's on every single book title. So I don't know. I feel like I want to make it with the actual title of the book itself and the author rather than like the series title. Personally. I want to go through all my TBR, see how many butt books you have. That should just be an entire readathon in itself. About Ninth House. Oh, wait, hold on. Does Ninth House work? No. Wait. No. There's like one. Dang it. Lee's books almost worked, but I'm missing an extra T because Ninth House and Hellbent and Bardugo would have given me all of it, but one I need double T's. I think finding a B or finding the double T is the hardest part. It's like you either have one or the other. Oh, we're just trying to find books that spell the word butt. It's a prompt for the Comic-Con readathon. There's a like a bouncy house that had a bunch of different butts. And so the prompt is to read a book that has butt in the title and author. Like it doesn't have to be like next to each other. You can just choose letters from like Operation Bounce House by Matt Dinneman. You can use the B in Bounce, the B and O in Bounce, and then the 2 T's in Matt to make butt. So we're just trying to figure out all the different books that possibly, and Lynn just happens to have 2 of them on her TBR right now. That's all. We're just spelling but with the title and author. So now we want to go through all of our TBRs and see how many we can find. It's probably one of the more ridiculous prompts of the readathon this year. Still lurking, had to call Hulu for a billing question, ate breakfast. I like a puzzle. Yeah. See if you can find books that spell but. Mm-hmm. So I was checking my current TBR to see if anything I'd already picked. Yeah, it's the most ridiculous puzzle right now. We're just trying to use titles and their authors to spell but in some way. And I will take the credit for coming up with that prompt. I can't remember if it was super early in the morning or super late at night when I had that thought. All right. So we have one final sprint left. And I'm hoping I'm going to move to the window for this sprint. I'm hoping something exciting is about to happen in the book. I feel like it could. So let's go ahead and get to it with a final sprint. Oh, wait, we have more. We have more butts. Got two more. Buffalo Hunter Hunter and the Master and Margarita by Mikhail Bulgakov. Ooh, I can't even say that. Bulgakov. Yeah, there you go. Dang, I really do need to go look and see what books I've taken down. That might work. The Master and Margarita. That sounds like a good one. Go with that one. All right. Last sprint, everyone. Final 30 minutes. Happy reading, happy productivity, and I will see you all back here in 30. All right, we are back from our final sprint. I did hit 55%, and then I started to get really sleepy, so I decided to crochet for the last bit of that, and I finished the row I was currently on. I had just enough time to finish that row, so I had to give my brain something to physically do. So yeah, 55%, crocheted a little tiny bit, literally probably like, I don't know, like 15 stitches. Yeah. So tell me how y'all did. Talonda did join us for a little bit for that last sprint. No worries. Hope you're having a great day. Have a great week. Hope you're getting your baking done and got your ice cream done. I did get the ice cream done last night. That was all I had time for. But I did get it done, and it's delicious. Let me see. Let me see if I have a good picture. So that is what it looks like. That was right after it finished churning, and I took like the piece out in the center, and then I took it out of this and put it in a different container. But oh, it's delicious. I might go, well, no, I'm gonna probably go take a nap, and then I'm gonna wake up and have some lunch and maybe some ice cream. But I want to make some, I want to do some more baking, but I don't know if I'm gonna get it done today like I had hoped. 0 reading done, but I have 5 more butt books just added to the Comic-Con's Discord. We just need a full thread that's just those books. Read 11 pages. Fantastic. For another 95 words. Laptop battery's running down. Time for a break. Time for a break. But yes, I am going to go, honestly, probably take my computer, because I don't know if I'll be able to truly fall asleep. So it might be like I might just turn on like Gilmore Girls or Bones for a little bit. No, probably Gilmore Girls. I'm going to say Bones for the readathon. Probably do that and lay there and kind of just listen to that. And maybe I'll hopefully nod off. But I am very sleepy, and I'll probably try to take maybe like set an alarm for noon, get up, have lunch, and then get ready and film my TBR video. Maybe some more unboxing videos, because I need to get back to unboxing the library. I think I'll make a longer version of my video for this next one and do like a little, maybe like 3 or 4 boxes, and then go back to doing 1 box for some shorts. I don't know. I'll figure it out once I get there, but I need these boxes done and out of that room so I can put some more stuff together. So, quick nap and then the library. Sounds like a good plan. Sounds like a fantastic plan. But I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful week. And like a camp SeasonAthon, we have today and tomorrow. So make sure to get those points in for this sprint, as well as any others that you haven't submitted yet, any books that you haven't submitted. Get those in. And then if you are wanting to, I did post that link to the Comic-Con Readathon video if you want to check that out and possibly join us for that in July. It should be a good time. And then we're all kind of heading out to conventions, I think, at the end of the month also. So I will have a schedule up for sprints for July, because not every Monday is going to have sprints. I do have some things going on. I might sprint maybe on a different day to make up for it, just to make sure my team has enough sprint time so we can get some books read for Comic-Con Readathon. You're welcome, Lynn. Thanks for hanging out. I'm glad it seems that you're beating that slump. But have a wonderful rest of your day, everyone. See you next week. Hi, Debbie. Have a wonderful week ahead. And I will see you all next Monday. Bye, everyone.